Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, a show on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Sunday, March 8th, 2026. This is an interactive show on which I invite you to participate. You can do so by typing in the chat box on YouTube or by calling in. If you want to call the show, there is a link pinned in the YouTube chat, as well as a phone number you can dial. I have titled today's show, Would Jesus Bomb Iran? Can a true Christian support this war? Be merciful and love your enemies? And I chose that title partly because the war in Iran is still major news. And I thought it would help get viewers to come by if I had a topic that was still big in the news. And last show, I also made Iran a subject in the title, and I got more views than I ever had before. I can show you, it was over 500 views, which easily broke the record for my live streams. You can see 564 views. That was the last stream. And right now, I retitled the stream afterwards. Originally, this title, it said, Go Israel, Destroying Theocratic Iran. America should be this bold. Something like that. But after the show, I always retitle the show to align with the topics that were discussed. And we did discuss the Iran war some. But we also spent a lot of time discussing other topics. And I'll do that again today with today's show. Depending on what topics come up, I will retitle the show afterwards to reflect the topics that came up in the show. So you all can have an impact on what my title is. If you raise some topics that turn out to be major portions of the show, then that will likely be reflected in my title. But at least at the outset, I focused my title on the war in Iran, and particularly whether it's a war that Christians can support. Ayn Rand, whose philosophy of objectivism I support here, is very anti-Christian. It's pro-individualism, pro-self-interest, anti-altruism. And you might think if you should be meek and humble and act like Jesus, then maybe you should not engage in this war. So I put this title as a challenge to Christians, at least any Christians who support this war. Can they actually support this war consistent with their Christianity? And if there's anyone out there who wants to discuss that, debate that, I invite you to come on my chat, or you can call in and we can discuss it. But you see how many views this got last show compared to the previous shows. So my last show, over 500 views. The ones before that, 147, 183, 241, 141. So significantly less. So that was one reason I wanted to title the show after the war in Iran. I thought it might help get more viewers to come by. I think this was the next largest number of views I got on a live stream. The one when I did it was a happy birthday Ayn Rand show, because this was streamed the day before Ayn Rand's birthday. That was my record until my last stream got over 500. So we'll see how today's stream goes. Hopefully we'll get a lot more people coming by. Although a lot of people did come by the last show, they didn't stick around for very long. I think the average watch time was only like 6 minutes or something, whereas the normal average watch time is a lot larger, like 20 plus minutes. which is not really surprising, right? If I'm going to cast a much wider net and get a lot of new people coming by, these aren't necessarily going to be loyal viewers who are regular listeners of my show. So they might just wanted a little taste. But maybe if I talk more about the war today, they'll stick around for longer, because I didn't really talk about it much last time. I don't know what percentage of the show it was, maybe 5-10%. So maybe they didn't get what they expected when they came by. And maybe if I talk more about what's actually in the show title, they'll stick around for longer. But you all can help determine that. So the show is designed to be interactive, and I want to cater, at least somewhat, to people who are here live. And so you all can take advantage of the fact that you're here live and raise topics in the chat that you want to discuss. Speaking of the chat, let me see if there are... Oh, I see there are a couple chats so far. Steven is here. Let me go to my chat window here in OBS, my new streaming software. Newish. Steven says, "Hi, Dan. Good title. What kinds of bombs would Jesus have used?" LOL. I think Jesus might have used the invisible, non-explosive kinds of bombs, i.e., he wouldn't have bombed at all. Now, the Bible may have contradictions, and maybe there are passages in the Bible where Jesus can be interpreted as saying that it is appropriate to use force or coercion against enemies. And I'm not super familiar with Scripture, so maybe there are people out there who know better than I do. But you might think, even if there are contradictions, inconsistencies in what Jesus says, at least the dominant thrust of the Bible or the New Testament is a message of mercy, self-sacrifice, turning the other cheek, being meek and humble. And these sorts of passages might reasonably lead one to think Jesus would not have condoned any kind of war at all. Jason came in with a super sticker. Thank you, Jason. First contribution of the day. I appreciate that. Yeah, I also want to mention that close to the beginning here. I can take... My super chats are open. So if you just go to this $ here, you can choose to make a contribution, a super sticker, or a super chat. Let me set up a goal here. And hopefully that will motivate some more financial contributions. I'm trying to make this show financially self-sustaining so that I can do more and or better shows. And you all can help with that. Then I can do more work, better work of promoting Ayn Rand's philosophy to the world. So I'm going to say our goal here is going to be to get 5 super chats or stickers. I'm going to count both of any amount. They can be 99 cents up through $99 or higher. And I'm going to set a timer of 3 hours on that. So definitely appreciate any support you can provide in exchange for value that I aim to provide here on my show. And I also want to mention that you can sign up to be a Patreon supporter through I have links in the description on my show to Patreon as well as PayPal. And I actually get a higher percentage through those methods. And I thank Steven for his PayPal contributions. But if you go down here to the description of the show, you can see there's a link to my Patreon. You can sign up for monthly contributions there. Or you can do a PayPal contribution. And the PayPal contribution, I get almost all of that. I think PayPal only takes out 2 or 3% as its own cut for its own transaction fees. Patreon takes like 10 to 15% out, and then YouTube takes 30% out. So there are quite large differences in terms of how much money actually comes to me. But you can use any of these methods, Patreon, PayPal, or on YouTube, Super Chat or Super Sticker. And I will count them all towards this goal, even if YouTube doesn't reflect them. YouTube only will count Super Chats towards that goal of 5 in the next 3 hours. But I'm going to count Super Stickers as well as Super Chats. And I will also count Patreon supporters and PayPal contributions. Okay, Pastor Dan says, PVM Corp, you are quite familiar with Scripture. Is that based on what I've said today or in past shows? I have read the Bible from cover to cover many years ago, and I started to reread it recently. And so I have some familiarity with the Scripture, enough to quote love your enemies in the title, which I thought was relevant. But Jason, I just want to say thank you again for your $1.99 super sticker, first contribution of the day. And I see it looks like Stephen might have also done a PayPal contribution. He says, did you see my contribution on PayPal? All right, I'm going to go check it right now. I'm going to see what... Oh, wow, $60. Thank you, Stephen. Excellent. Okay, well, that's great. Really appreciate that. I think that means I already hit my goal. Even though there's no... there's no exact way to translate into how much a PayPal contribution counts towards this goal, but I'm going to count this goal as having been met. So everything from this point forward is just gravy or icing on the cake or cherry on the cake, whatever metaphor you want to use. So that's great. And yeah, so we can definitely exceed the goal, but I'm going to count Steven's $60 PayPal contribution as already having gotten us towards this goal, as well as Jason's. But we can definitely exceed this goal. Maybe if I go for more than 3 hours, I'll start another goal. But great. We're off to a great start. Thank you, both of you. And the reason I started late today, usually I start a few hours earlier than this, like maybe 1 p.m. Pacific time. But today I started at 4:30 p.m. Pacific. I was watching two things. I was watching Yaron Brooks' coverage of the Iran war and wanted to get an update. I think he does an excellent podcast. And I caught about half an hour of his show. And then there was also another show by Objective Ethics. That's the name that one of my regular chatters goes by. He's at Objective Ethics. He also does a show and on Sundays. And so his show overlapped with my normal time, and I often participate in his show, and I wanted to do that. I was actually thinking of streaming his show on my show, but I decided, no, I think it might be better just to hold off on starting my own show today and wait till his show finishes. And his show didn't finish until, I don't know, maybe around 4 p.m. Pacific. So that's why I started streaming later than I usually do today. And I stream once every 5 days. And so normally my show does not overlap with his, but today it happened to do that. All right, I see we got some more chats coming in here. Steven says, my cousin is an actual Pastor Dan. Okay. I think it's a catchy nickname. Pastor Dan. Okay. Says PVM Corp. Jason says, I use a VPN while in Prague. I pronounced it correctly that time. I used to say Prague, but I'm starting to remember. Jason tells me it's pronounced Prague. And Jason runs a tiki bar in Prague, and he goes there sometimes to run his bar. I guess that's what his recent visit to Prague was for, help run his tiki bar. He says he uses a VPN while in Prague, else I will pay in a foreign currency. But for some reason, my phone doesn't let me pay in that foreign currency. So I have to turn on the VPN and pay dollars. Okay. So yeah, Jason's contribution here came through in the form of dollars, even though he's in Prague, Czech Republic. And it's kind of nice to see other currencies on here. I've seen euros before. I've seen British pounds. And I think there might have been one other currency here, but I can't remember which one it was. Oh, Canadian dollars. I've gotten Canadian dollars. And maybe that was it. Or I'm not sure. I'll have to look through my backlog, but there might have been one other currency as well. So I guess while you're using a VPN, it still thinks you're in America. Because you said otherwise you'd pay in foreign currency. Your phone doesn't let you pay in that foreign currency. Maybe is your phone also on the VPN? Maybe. Oh, the phone doesn't let you pay in the foreign currency. So you have to turn on the VPN. Huh. Okay. Steven says your cousin, I guess, who he read the Bible in its original language. He said he needed to know the actual words of God. Okay, so your cousin Dan, you said your cousin is an actual Pastor Dan. So he read it in Hebrew. I guess the Old Testament is in Hebrew, at least part of it, or all of it maybe. I'm not sure. And then the New Testament, I think that was partly in Greek, partly in Aramaic, maybe partly in something else. I don't know. So does he know all of those languages or just some of those? If he's a pastor, maybe that term pastor is more for Christians. So maybe you mean he knew a New Testament language. He needed to know the actual words of God. Yeah, what was God's original language? Or brother and sister, or brother Dan and sister Ann. If he had a wife named Ann. Instead of Pastor Dan, I could be Brother Dan. But if I had a wife named Ann, then it wouldn't be a sister. Unless I'm married to a sister, but unless you're using sister in a different sense than the literal one. I love Prague, says Stephen. I also visited Český Krumlov. I don't know where that is. He says that was a memorable trip. I'm going to Google that. Oh, that's somewhere in Czech Republic. A town in South Bohemian region of the Czech Republic. All right. I've never been to the Czech Republic. I've been to Italy. That may be the closest I've been to the Czech Republic. I've been to Norway. I don't know. Is that a little closer? I'm doing a quick look on the map here. Check my geography. Let's see. Looks like it's about equal distance between Norway, the southern tip of Norway, and northern Italy. Probably a bit closer to Italy, I think. So, oh, actually, no. I went to Berlin. That's right. That would be the closest I've been. I did go to Berlin in Germany, Germany is right next to Czech Republic or Czechia. I don't know what the official name is. And I did take a day trip while I was in Berlin. I took a day trip to Wittenberg, the home of Martin Luther. And that might actually be a little closer than Berlin, because I think it might be a little south. Oh, also Potsdam, where Frederick the Great lived, 18th century German ruler, if I recall correctly. Potsdam's a little bit south of Berlin, but Wittenberg, where's Wittenberg? I'm going to have to search. Here we go. Yeah, that's even more south. So I guess Wittenberg is the closest I've been to Czech Republic. Yeah. All right. Oh, I see another super sticker from Jason. Thank you. Another $1.99 from Jason Adams. Great. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. With a emoji on it that says work. Okay. Not sure what that represents. Maybe he's doing work right now on his laptop. Or maybe that's what I'm doing. I am working, actually, on my laptop. I consider this work. And I'm getting paid for it. And it's also fun at the same time. I'll have to ask him. I think he knew Greek. Oh, that was the language that your cousin read the Bible in, maybe? Greek? I know Krumlov, says Jason. Picturesque. There was a major emperor named Charles IV, whose famous castle was in Český Krumlov, Karlstein. Okay. When was Charles IV? I gotta Google him. Holy Roman Emperor who lived from 1316 to 1378. Okay. He was Holy Roman Emperor from 1355 until his death in 1378. I read about that period when I was reading Will Durant. Probably would have been covered in the volume on the... Let's see, what would that have been? The Reformation, maybe. Because I think Will Durant has a volume called The Age of Faith, covering the Middle Ages, but I think that stops around the year 1300. So if Charles IV was in 1350s through 70s as Holy Roman Emperor, that would have been in the next volume. But the next volume was actually the Renaissance in the series, and that one I think was confined to Italy. That was volume 5 in Will Durant's series, The Story of Civilization. So I think it was only in volume 6, which is titled The Reformation, which would have covered other parts of Europe outside of Italy, and that's probably where he discussed Charles IV. But I don't remember Charles IV in particular. There's just so much he covers, and I can't retain it all. But that's where it would have been in that volume. So I probably read at least a little about Charles IV there, as well as on Wikipedia, because I did read the Wikipedia bios, the articles on each of the German kings, who were typically also the Holy Roman Emperors. So I'm sure I read the article on Charles IV. Actually, I can bring up my file, which has all my complete list of rulers I read about. Oh yeah, here it is. I just found it. See, this is my list of all the Wikipedia articles I read, and I just did a find here on Charles IV, and a couple came up. There was a Charles IV in France, but here's the Holy Roman Emperor, who was the grandson of Henry VII, and he ruled as King of Bohemia during these years, and he ruled as King of Germany during these years, and he ruled as Holy Roman Emperor during these years. These are the years that I read. So I try to make some notes on some of the key points about each person I read about, and I put those in brackets. So that's what all that means. And then I just went through all the kings of Germany, or all the Holy Roman emperors. These are all part of one house, Habsburg, the House of Habsburg. And then after that, here's the House of Habsburg again. I don't know why I have an indentation there. Sometimes there's different lines within one royal family, changing dynasties. But anyways, yeah, I did read the Wikipedia article as well. Oh, Godspeed is here. Hello. Jason says, I know Krumlov. Picturesque. Oh, yeah, I read that one already. And this one, I keep testing my proxy. Someday I'll send you some foreign currency, says Jason. I may go to Sweden and meet my friend. We work on this kind of proxy software, VPN stuff. Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to get currency from other parts of the world. It's kind of like collecting stamps. It's cool to see all the places you've been represented in some way. So I'm not collecting stamps, but I'm collecting currencies here. Godspeed says, what do you know about Friedrich Nietzsche other than God is dead? Let's see, what else do I know about Nietzsche? By the way, before I get into that, if you are just coming by the show here and you're new here, I welcome you to raise any topics you want. I'm not necessarily talking about what I have in my title, the war in Iran and whether it's Christian. I'm happy to talk about that, and I'm hoping that people will be intrigued by that and want to click on my show. But it is largely an attention getter. But that's not necessarily a topic I want to confine myself to. But I am open to talking about that. So if you came by here hoping to hear about that, let me know in the chat. And I can talk about that. You can make an objection to it. Like if you're a Christian and you think actually this war is Christian and there's nothing inconsistent in having a war with, you can be a follower of Jesus and still support bombing Iran. If you want to have a discussion or debate about that, please feel free to mention it in the chat, or you can call in. But I might be talking about other topics as well, unless somebody explicitly mentions they want to talk about that in the chat. So just want to put a notice out there about that. Okay, so what else do I know about Nietzsche other than God is dead? Well, he was anti-Christian morality. He was opposed to the idea of meekness and humility. He thought that you were a kind of sucker if you adopted that sort of moral viewpoints. Now, I haven't read much Nietzsche firsthand, so a lot of what I know about Nietzsche is things I've read about Nietzsche said by other commentators. I read some excerpts of his works, but I haven't read a full book by him, or maybe not even a full essay. Yeah, slave morality, says Godspeed. And that's actually a point where that might resonate with Ayn Rand's, because Ayn Rand was also very anti-Christian morality, anti-altruism. She thought it was pride was a virtue, not a sin. Um, so, and she actually, at least in her younger years, I think had a favorable attitude towards Nietzsche, and she was considering including quotes from him at the beginning of each part of her novel, The Fountainhead. And I think it was relatively late in the process of writing that book that she decided not to, maybe because she had learned more about Nietzsche by that time and decided he actually wasn't as much in her camp as she had initially thought. But I think her Nietzsche's work, Thus Spake Zarathustra, might be the one which Ayn Rand resonated with the most. And I've heard it said that he has many good aphorisms, just sort of out of context, isolated quotes that might strike you as really good if you're an objectivist and you could get on board with. But if you know more about his philosophy, then that will diminish the level of enthusiasm you have for his ideas if you're an objectivist. John Ridpath, he's an objectivist scholar who died, I think, a few years ago. But I know that he wrote an article about Nietzsche's philosophy and explored how much at odds with objectivism his philosophy was. I think he was part of the German irrationalist tradition of the 19th century, growing out of Immanuel Kant's philosophy, which maybe promoted will over reason. Not that there should be a dichotomy there necessarily, but I think that was part of the German school of philosophy at that time. They promoted something like will as opposed to reason. Oh, Stephen Harper just came in with a super chat or a super sticker for $5. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. Excellent. So we are definitely exceeding the goal. I said we already met the goal, especially with Stephen's PayPal contribution, which doesn't show up here, but I checked my email and I saw it. Stephen Katz did a PayPal for $60. Plus, we've got 3 super stickers already. We got 2 from Jason and 1 from Stephen Harper. So we're definitely exceeding the goal. So thank you to all of you for your contributions. Definitely appreciate that. So I was saying on Nietzsche, John Ridpath had written an article about Nietzsche showing how he's a determinist, or maybe not a determinist, but an irrationalist. Maybe that's a better word. And he maybe prized emotion or will, instincts over reason and rationality. And maybe this led to eventually the Nazis. And if you really want to learn a lot about this, I would recommend Leonard Peikoff's book, The Ominous Parallels, which traces the roots of Nazism back through German philosophy, German irrationalism, and back through to Kant, and maybe even before that, going back to Plato. Actually, I think Plato does come up at least somewhat in that book. It's been a long time since I read it, but he goes through all the philosophical ancestry of the Nazis. So if you know a lot about Nietzsche's philosophy, I think that will make you think he's not really aligned with Ayn Rand. But there are certain quotes out of context which might lead you to think that there is some significant alignment. So that's what I can say about Nietzsche, not having read him myself much, but that's based on what I've learned about him from various sources, including like John Ridpath and Leonard Peikoff. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Well, since it's on the topic, let me just read this last one from Godspeed. Keep a little momentum here on Nietzsche. I'm favoring Nietzsche again, he says. I feel like Nietzsche is the philosophy Pantera, where many people know cowboys from hell or walk, but don't know about other songs. Okay. So that's a famous song? Um, Nietzsche is the philosophy Pantera, where many people know cowboys from hell or walk. Is that a group, a band, Hell or Walk? I'm going to Google that. Hell or Walk Pantera. I'll Google both of those things together. Okay, there's a song, Pantera song called Walk. All right, it might take me a while to understand the reference there. But anyways, sounds like you might be reading Nietzsche some now. And I think people have a unfair view of him because they're only focused on certain aspects of his philosophy. I'm not sure. You can elaborate if you want. All right. But anyway, let me read some of these other chats that came in. Jason says, when thinking about the constitutionality of the current war in Iran and comparing it with reasons to impeach Trump, I put it at about 100, meaning there's probably 100 other reasons to impeach Trump. Before you get to the war, how do you rank it? Well, the war itself, if you can separate it from the fact that he did not get congressional approval, which I think he should have, I think the war itself is a morally justified war. It's a good war. It's good that the Iranian regime is toppled. Not that it's been completely toppled yet, but I think significant steps in that direction have been made. A lot of the leadership has been taken out based on the last update. I've heard about it, but I hope there is regime change. And given all the atrocities of Iran, going back to the hostage taking in 1979 and the support for terrorism via proxy groups and killing of Americans that is involved in incidents like the Beirut bombing or the USS Cole. All of those things, I think, definitely, and they're chanting death to America, and they're potentially having a nuclear weapon. I think all of that makes them a very deserving target of a war, and we should have had a war against them decades ago, and maybe better late than never. I guess better late than never. But I do think it should have been done with congressional approval. As for where would I rank it in terms of bad things Trump has done that would justify impeaching him? Well, are we just talking about the not getting congressional approval aspect of it that would deserve him getting impeached? Is that the idea? Because, I mean, if we're just talking about the war aside from that, then I think it's a good thing that there's war. It's not necessarily being handled in the best way. Like maybe there wasn't a good plan in place for regime change. Like, are the Kurds going to engage in boots on the ground action or not? Did they have good reason to trust Trump given his track record with them? Maybe not. I think Yaron Brook was making the case in his one of his recent shows that Trump hasn't supported the Kurds, so maybe they don't have good reason to trust him if he says we're going to support you putting boots on the ground and we're going to back you up in some way. So that's one issue where you might think it's not being prosecuted in the right way. Also, maybe there wasn't a good plan in place for the Straits of Hormuz to keep them open so that oil tankers could flow through. That was another. I think those are the two main aspects of the war that Iran focused on, where he said maybe it wasn't being, it hadn't been thought out very well. But there are definitely aspects of the war that I think are good. Just taking out the Ayatollah and some of the other leaders. So I think January 6th often comes to my mind as maybe what should go at the top of the list of things that should warrant Trump's being impeached in all his lies about the election, which he continues to lie about to this day. I think maybe I would put that at the top of the list. And but there are other things like his maybe something to do with his use of ICE to in ways that don't respect due process, deporting of American citizens, people who turn out to be American citizens who, if they had due process, maybe wouldn't have been deported. I think that's pretty bad. What else? Tariffs. On the justification that we're in some kind of emergency, like due to, like, I think sometimes he would justify tariffs like Mexico until they stop this invasion of our border, our southern border. We have to punish them by putting on tariffs, as if that's like a threat. A war threat, like the way Hamas invaded Israel on October 7th. I think it's just a smear and a distortion to call it an invasion. Yet I think he uses this kind of rhetoric to declare there's an emergency in order to justify passing tariffs, which he wouldn't otherwise be able to pass if he didn't have emergency powers. So I think I might put all of those things higher on the list than I don't know. Would I even put this on the list at all of his going to war without congressional approval? Given things like so many wars, I mean, I don't think there has been a war which has had congressional approval since World War II. It's sort of become the norm, which is not to say it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing, but it doesn't leap out as some really distinctively bad thing, especially when this is the one war which is, I think, most justified out of all the wars we've done. If you consider like Iraq, the Iraq War, I don't think that was a good war to be involved in. Afghanistan war, okay, because they were harboring Al-Qaeda, but I think Iran was a better target back then because they're the spiritual source and also the material source. I think for most terrorism around the world, I think they're the leading state sponsor of terrorism. So I think Iran would have been a better target, although I think it was also reasonable to go to Afghanistan, not to have it 20 years plus or however many years of nation building. I think that was bad. They should have gone in, got out, made it a very swift, decisive operation. So there was a lot about that war, or the aftermath of the original invasion, which was bad. And then the Vietnam War, I think there are things that criticize about that. So of all these wars since World War II, I think this is the best one to actually engage on. So, and it's not really a new thing that he hasn't gotten congressional approval. Again, not saying that's good, but it's just not like a really distinctively bad thing unique to Trump. Also, there's so many things that aren't constitutional these days. Like Yaron Brook was saying on his show recently, maybe 90% of what the government does is not constitutional. Like all the regulatory agencies, all the alphabet agencies, and all the laws that they pass, maybe they should be stricken down by a Supreme Court. If we had a Supreme Court that actually understood individual rights and what they imply. So there's just so much that's done that maybe the vast majority of what the government does today is unconstitutional. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the whole welfare state. I think all that violates individual rights. So this doesn't really leap out to me as some major thing that's unconstitutional, that's particularly bad, even if it is bad, which I think it is, that he didn't get congressional approval. Okay. So I wouldn't rank it very highly. I would say that. Jason says my 100 wasn't a literal count, right? It was way down there on my rank, is what I meant anyway. I got to get the bed. It's pushing 1:30 in the morning. Appreciate your answer. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate your super stickers. Thanks, Jason. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty low on my list of things I want to complain about. And hopefully the war, the way it's prosecuted, it doesn't turn into like a quagmire war the way it was in Iraq and Afghanistan. And who knows? I mean, the way Trump is in his kind of whimsical way of going about things, sometimes I think it's fair if you're not very confident that it's going to turn out well. But overturning the regime, I think, would be a good thing. And I think he's at least set Iran back for many years in terms of how threatening they are to the U.S. And maybe also he's putting some of their allies on notice, like Russia, right? And China, who depends on Iran for oil. Maybe they're starting to worry about a little, like, you know, if Iran is, if it's just a paper tiger and it's not really a strong ally and we can't control the oil, and maybe we need to be a little on better terms with the U.S. if we can't count on Iran as an ally. So there's some knock-on effects of this, of going after Iran, which might affect other authoritarian regimes in the world, which in a way that is favoring the U.S. So I think there are good things about this, even if there might also be bad things coming out of it. And it remains to be seen how all of this is going to shake out. All right. Let's see what else we had in here. Have you read Wuthering Heights? No, I haven't. I don't even know. I can't remember. I've heard of that title, but I can't remember who the author was. Oh, Emily Bronte. Is that a novel? Published in 1847 under her pen name Alice Bell. Yeah, it's a novel by the English author Emily Bronte. No, I have not read that. Have you seen My Cousin Vinny? Did you think it was funny? No, I haven't seen that movie. Although I did see a clip of it, because I saw that you mentioned that in a chat that you a comments you left on my last live stream. Maybe I should pull that up. we talked about the validity of the senses in the last live stream. And there was a scene from the movie My Cousin Vinny, which Stephen referenced, where there's a courtroom scene, and the woman who's testifying, I guess she's a witness to some crime, and she alleges to have seen something happen, and then the guy the lawyer who's cross-examining her wants to point out, well, you couldn't have seen that given the distance you were from this event. And to prove this, he pulls out a tape measure, and one end of the tape measure is where she's sitting, and then he walks to the back of the courtroom, and there's 50 feet between him and the other end of the tape measure. And she was apparently 100 feet from whatever event she was testifying about. And he's only 50 feet away. And he holds up two fingers at the back of the courtroom. And he says, "How many fingers am I holding up?" And then she answers 4. And this shows, okay, well, I guess you're not really a reliable witness, because here I am just half the distance that you are from the event that you're testifying about. So can we really trust your testimony here if you can't even get, right, the number of fingers I'm holding at half the distance? So are the senses really reliable? That's the question Stephen was asking. And I put a comment in the chat, or I replied to his comment on my last video. Let me see if I can bring that up. Here it is. Okay, so it was this, my last stream from 5 days ago. If we go to the bottom here, Stephen left a couple comments, and he says, "I was referencing my cousin Vinny when I wrote about the senses going out of whack. The woman's eyesight wasn't good enough to convict Vinny's cousin. She couldn't even see how many fingers he held up. Her senses were still valid." And I said, yes, saying the senses are valid just means the senses give you awareness of reality, not that they necessarily give you an awareness of some particular piece of information that it might be useful to have in a given context. And I elaborate on that. Another thought I had on this, which I didn't put in this comment here, but I thought of after I wrote it, I guess, is maybe the woman who was testifying in court should have just said, "I don't know," rather than 4. Now, maybe what she actually saw was just kind of blurry, a blob, and she couldn't really distinctly make out 4 fingers. And maybe an answer that would have been more true to what her vision actually gave her would have been just, "I don't know," instead of 4. But also, she's working from a script, right? This is not reality. So maybe if the script says that she's got to say 4, then that's what she says in the movie. But if this were real life and she could actually say whatever she wanted, she wasn't delimited by some script, then maybe a more accurate answer would be 4. I don't know would be a more accurate answer than saying 4. So her... But the fact that even if she said, "I don't know," that wouldn't mean her senses aren't valid. It just means they're limited. As I say here in the last paragraph here, the lack of some information via some means of awareness doesn't mean that the means of awareness is not a means of awareness, which is what it would mean to say it is invalid. It just means the means of awareness is limited, as is everything. All right, so we can talk more about that if you want, but since Stephen mention the movie, I thought I would come here to this comment since I was reminded of it. Let me come back to the chat though. But no, I haven't seen the movie as a whole, so can't tell you whether I would think it was funny. Steven says for $5, 55 left. Do you know about Israel's bombing of the council? How many of those people have died? Well, I heard that. I don't know. I heard there were a bunch of people who were meeting to select the leader who would be the leader after the Ayatollah was killed. And that meeting of people to select the leader, that whole meeting was bombed. And I don't know how many people were at that meeting. And I don't know how many people at that meeting have died. I heard initially it sounded like most or all of them had died, but later I heard reports that maybe that wasn't the case. I might have heard some of that from Yaron Brook. I think his son was at least one of the candidates for the next leader, and for a while it wasn't known whether he was killed. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but I think I heard something like that. I could Google it right now and see what I find. Oh, Objective Ethics is here. Hello. I just mentioned a while ago that I was in your chat earlier, and I actually called into his stream as well. And that's the reason I started my stream later than usual. But let me do a quick Google on Steven's question about bombing the council. I do remember in my last live stream, someone said in the chat, 500 plus Americans were killed. And I was Googling that, and I could only find 6 were killed. So I was wondering, where did that come from? And then later I heard that it was just Iranians claiming that 500 Americans were killed. Maybe to make it seem like they were doing better in the war than they actually were. So maybe that was just Iranian propaganda, and that someone reported that on my chat. But latest I heard, only 6 Americans had been killed. Okay, but here, let's see. Oh, this is about Lebanon. Israel is also attacking Lebanon, where Hezbollah is based. But I want to know about the bombing of the council. Here, let me try this. How many were killed by Israel's bombing of the council? Casualties of the 12-day war. No, that's the war from back in June of last year. Also, what day was that? 7 days ago? Here's a report. Israel hits Tehran again after killing Khamenei. from 7 days ago. No, I think this might be too early. Well, I don't know if this is the best use of my time here. Should I be looking this up? I mean, all of you could Google this as well. So I don't know if you want to. You can, if you want to save your $5 for a different question, you can. I don't know if what I've said here justifies $5, but I'll leave it up to you. You can let me know. But if you want to just ask a different question, that's fair. I'm opening the chat on my phone, so I have a different place to. I can look at a different part of the chat. Thanks for the shout out. I put a link to your channel in the description of my video. It says Objective Ethics. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, a bunch of chats here from Godspeed. A few from Objective Ethics. Yeah, just the congressional approval technicality, however that's interpreted, says Jason. I mean, I don't think it should have been hard to get congressional approval. I mean, if he's got a solid case, and I think he does. I mean, there's plenty that Iran has done to deserve a war against it. And maybe it would have been pretty easy to get all the Republicans on his side. I think they all pretty much vote in line with Trump on most everything, right? And I don't know what kind of majority he needs. Does he just need a simple majority, like 51%, or does he need a two-thirds majority to get approval? I don't know how it works, but maybe he would have needed some Democrats, but it shouldn't be hard. Like if they had good views on Iran to get approval to go to war. I actually want to Google that. I want to see what percentage of Congress is needed to approve a declaration of war. Oh, simple majorities according to the AI overview. So just over 50%. It seems like that should be easy to get, right? Because about half are already Republicans. And Republicans, don't they have a majority in one of the houses, at least? And it's roughly evenly split in both houses, I think, right? So maybe he just needs a few Democrats to get congressional approval. So maybe it would have been easy to get. So I definitely think he should have done it. He should have at least tried, right? And then maybe if he can't get it through Congress, then he can consider whether there's any other way to do it. But he should have at least made an attempt. I don't see a good reason not to. Steven says, my theory about this war, I think the U.S. will engage in a years-long occupation with little significant progress. Do you? Let's see. Will there be years-long occupation? I don't know. With little progress. I think that's possible. But how likely is that? It might be harder for that to happen now, since there is the fact that Iraq, the Iraq War and Afghanistan War have already happened, and I think so many people are looking at that history and really don't want that to happen. And I think Trump wouldn't want that to happen. And he also campaigned on not getting the U.S. involved in more wars, right? But I guess it's still possible. I mean, I certainly wouldn't put it past Trump to be inconsistent about something, like inconsistent with campaign promises. I mean, I don't think it's a good promise to make, like to not get involved in wars. There's some wars which are good to get involved with, like a war with Iran, because they are a threat. They should have been taken out long ago. So maybe it's good that he's not being consistent, at least in this case. But will it become a years-long occupation with little significant progress? I don't know. I mean, I've heard him say, or I've heard it reported that he's said it'll take a few weeks, like 4 or 5 weeks. But then I've also heard him say in interviews, like he's not committing to like we'll be there as long as it takes, and he's not necessarily committing to 4 or 5 weeks. So I don't have a strong view myself on whether this will be a years-long occupation with little progress. I don't know. I just don't know. I hope not. I hope it's quick, decisive. And I think it could be if it's done right. But I don't know that it's going to be done right. Godspeed says, I've been reading Nietzsche again, and I find Nietzsche's God is Dead wasn't a celebration, but a warning. Without divine order, we must create our own values or sink into nihilism. I've heard it said that God, if he wasn't killed, he at least had his first major heart attack, something like that, in maybe it was the 19th century with, I don't know if this was said in relation to Darwin and his theory of evolution, but I think that was a significant blow to belief in God before there was an explanation of life, the complexity of life. More people believed in God, but now we've got this naturalistic explanation, which does a great job of explaining so much which before was thought inexplicable. And Darwin, he published in the, Origin of Species. What year was that? Sometime in the mid-19th century. Or was it 1849? 1859. So that was before Nietzsche. Nietzsche was writing later in the 19th century. I don't know when he said God is dead. Oh, that was he first declared God is dead in his 1882 work, The Gay Science. He later popularized the phrase in his 1883 to 1885 work, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. Okay. So this is all post-Darwin. Darwin died in 82. So, yeah, I guess maybe what enabled, at least part of what enabled Nietzsche to say God is dead was the work done by Darwin's theory of evolution. So then it might be at least the partial celebration. Maybe God at least had a heart attack, so to speak. But there's still lots of people who believe in God today. And there are sometimes revivals. Master morality isn't about dominating others. It's about self-mastery and sovereignty, says Godspeed. I want to check my analytics here. Thanks for coming by the stream. I do appreciate likes on the stream. So, thanks to those of you who have liked it. God is definitely on life support, says Godspeed. Let's see. And thanks for any new subscribers. All right. I see my analytics show there's a nice stream of people coming by. Not at the levels it was in the last show. For some reason, that last show really caught the algorithm. But actually, the biggest spike was in the third hour. And we're only in the second hour right now. You can see here, during the first hour, this is how many people came by, and then the second hour. And last time, for some reason, the third hour is biggest. It's like almost 150 people. So if you all want to share the show, that might help get some more people to come by. I'm going to change out my AirPods here because the one I had in was getting low. And when I change my AirPods, I have to remember to change my mic again because it resets the mic to my AirPod mic, but I want to make sure it's my podcast mic is the one that you're hearing me through. Hopefully the sound didn't just change on you. Hopefully I was using this podcast mic all along. I want to test the sound here for a second, make sure it's coming through on my AirPod. When the discussion becomes yes, okay. All right, so the last chat I read was this one from Godspeed. Then you say his work was distorted by his sister to fuel Nazi propaganda. True power for Nietzsche is independence from herd authorities like the state, not the path of least resistance. The will to power, that's part of his philosophy, right? The will to power. The AI says Nietzsche's will to power is the fundamental underlying driving force of all life and reality, characterizing not just human behavior, but all existence as a perpetual drive for expansion, growth, and dominance. Is that right? Is all existence properly characterized as a perpetual drive for expansion, growth, and dominance? Is that what rocks are trying to do? Rocks are part of existence. Is that what dirt is trying to do? Does dirt try to do anything? Is that what all human beings are trying to do? Are all human beings trying to get power? Is that what you're trying to do? Maybe some human beings are trying to become are power lusters, like dictators, for instance. But are all human beings trying to get power over others? If so, does that bespeak independence? To have your existence essentially tied up with power over other people? Or does that show you're somehow dependent on others? What's that line from Ayn Rand? Something about a leash. I need to look this up. I don't want to misquote it. I want to get it right. A leash is only a rope with a noose at both ends. That's a quote from the Fountainhead. Excerpted here on Goodreads. I haven't verified this quote, but it sounds at least close to what I remember. So there's a conversation between Gail Winans and someone else, and he's the publisher of this newspaper, and he's striving for all this power over people. He's trying to change. He wants power over people's opinions, but he becomes a slave to his readers, and he knows if he speaks the truth, they might rebel against him. So he becomes slavish to their wants in order to keep his publication numbers up. And it's in that context where someone tells him, his customers or his readers, they jerked the wires and you moved. You were a ruler of men. You held a leash. A leash is only a rope with a noose at both ends. So he controls them in a sense, but they also control him. Okay, then objective ethics says to Godspeed, don't forget the most important part of Nietzsche, the Uberman, overcoming the problem with nihilism. And you put problem in quotes, implying it's not a real problem. Is that why you've got quotes around it? Exactly, since God is out of commission, then it's up to us to make meaning, to manifest justice and mercy for ourselves, instead of having it handed down from upon high. I have mercy in my title today. It's up to us to manifest justice and mercy for ourselves. Is mercy something we should have in addition to justice? Or is mercy always a bad thing? Is that a Christian thing? Is it a Christian thing to be merciful? I often think of mercy as being opposed to justice. If that's right, then why ever be merciful? If we're going to follow a rational philosophy, is it ever good to be merciful? My only real disagreement with Nietzsche is on morality. I believe in objective morality, says objective ethics. Although what objective ethics means by objective morality, I think, is different than what Ayn Rand means by it. And I've talked about that some in previous shows. I won't go into it now, but we can if you want. Then Godspeed says, although Nietzsche says few can really do that because they like the ease and comfort of this slave morality. That's why many former Christians became socialists. You might think there's significant alignment between Christianity and socialism, as Godspeed might be pointing out here. Jesus says, the meek shall inherit the earth. And Marx talks about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Is there a similarity there? And neither is supporting individualism. Both are collectivist kinds of philosophies, supporting some kind of altruism, living for others, sacrificing for the sake of others. They're anti-self-interest. Socialists put the state or society ahead of the individual. Individuals can be sacrificed for the states, and Christians should be sacrificing for others, other people. So even though a lot of socialists, they're atheists, or at least not particularly religious nominally, I think their core ethical ideas are quite aligned. They're both anti-self. So you might think of socialism as a secularized form of Christianity, perhaps, or a political implementation of Christianity. Even though these days a lot of Christians try to distance themselves from socialism, a lot of the people on the so-called right are Christians and they rail against socialism. Yet a lot of them, I think, are behind Trump, who has done lots of government intervention, like taking over stakes in Intel, right? Isn't that something that happened recently? The government becoming owner of some companies. And if the government is taking over ownership of private companies, is that what a Marxist would call the government ownership of the means of production? And so all the MAGA people who might be lining up behind Trump and supporting such things, Maybe they're actually turning out to support socialist policies. Yet it amazes me and saddens me when I hear Christians brag about being slaves to Christ. Says Objective Ethics. Okay, I read this one. I don't think there's an objective morality, says Godspeed. However, I think morality is a survival technology, like computer software, but for social systems. I don't think morality... Oh, I think you meant to type morality. You wrote mortality here. That must be just a typo here. I don't think morality is essentially social. I think it's a guide to living, a guide to life, how you should live, whether you're alone or with others. So even if you're alone on a desert island, you still need morality. You still need to act in certain ways in order to achieve your survival and your well-being. I think that's what morality is about. And I think you can achieve that better if you are in at least the right kind of society. But it's not essentially, morality is not essentially about how you relate to others. It's how you should live so as to achieve the best possible life for yourself. That's how I see it. So I would agree. You could say it's a survival technology, but I would say it's for individuals, not for social systems. And what objective means, that's a topic we could go into, but I think it's controversial. I'm not sure what you mean there by when you say objective. Fair enough. I think there are two different ways to understand objective morality: natural law or the hypothetical imperative. Democrats will always vote against Trump. It's TDS versus MAGA. Neither actually care about making rational decisions, says Objective Ethics. Exactly, natural law, says Godspeed. Like if I steal food from my pack, I prove untrustworthy and a net drain on survival. Therefore, if theft is permitted, then the pack will suffer because they can't trust So there are self-interested reasons not to engage in theft. As you say, then they can't trust you. That's at least one reason that it's in your interest not to steal. You might get some short-run benefit, but in the long run, if you're ejected from your group and you have to survive on your own because no one wants to deal with you, then it's going to be much harder to survive than if you can work with others and trade with others. So a lot of people think it's selfish to steal, lie, cheat, and steal. But I think if you actually consider the consequences of those kinds of actions, you can see how they're really not in your self-interest. They're self-destructive, not self-interested. Okay, $10. Steven says for $10, 45 left. How would you respond to my uncle? He said I was silly for thinking we could fund the government voluntarily. He said the way the country is going, I wouldn't pay a penny. All right. Thanks for the super chat. I'm considering this as super chat. Although Stephen, he paid me by PayPal. So he did that towards the beginning of the show. Well, I've got a couple videos directly on that topic, so I'll start by just mentioning those videos, and maybe you could send your uncle links to these videos. But I'll say some more also. I just want to pull the videos up first. If you just go to my channel and you do a search on taxes, you'll probably find them that way. There's a lot of videos where that's going to come up, or it's going to generate a lot of videos, but the ones I had in mind in particular are this one, how to fund the government without taxes, and this one, voluntary funding of roads, firefighting, and police. This is a very short one. It's just a couple minutes. This one is also pretty short, just under 4 minutes. So maybe you could start by saying you agree, if you do, that today's government could be funded voluntarily. Now, it might be silly. He might be right that if what he has in mind is funding today's government with trillion-dollar programs like Social Security and hundreds of billion-dollar programs like Medicaid or Medicare, then yeah, I agree. You can't fund things like that voluntarily. You need to force people. They don't see that it's in their interest, their rational self-interest, to fund all of that. But in a free society, the kind of society I envision, and maybe you agree with, so much of what the government does today, just it's not going to do. So there's not going to be Social Security. There's not going to be Medicare. There's not going to be Medicaid. There's not going to be public roads. There's not going to be public schools. There's not going to be all the regulatory agencies. All there's going to be is basically police, military, and courts. So that's a very small fraction of what the government is today. And even those things are going to be much smaller and more delimited in what they do. Like there's not going to be 20-year wars involving nation building like there was in Afghanistan. The wars are going to be quick, decisive, get in, get out, and it's over. So those are going to be much cheaper. And they might not even exist in the first place if we had good foreign policy. Like if we didn't appease hostile Islamist regimes around the world for decades, then they might not have even been powerful enough to do what they did on 9/11. So I think peace through strength is a good policy. If we were actually strong, if we were not a paper tiger, as I think we have been for a long time, we've had the mightiest military on earth for decades, but we haven't used it effectively. We've had rules of engagement in war that effectively make us fight with one hand tied behind our back instead of going all out and decisively crushing an enemy. And we put pressure on allies like Israel to engage in ceasefires. So we don't just do it to ourselves, we also cripple our allies sometimes or hold them back. If we had a rational foreign policy, I think a lot of the wars we've gotten into wouldn't even have it existed in the first place. We would just be so powerful, and we would actually be a credible threat in using that power that no one would want to mess with us. And also domestically with the police, we've had this war on drugs, so-called, going on for decades, and that war has just been a waste of billions and billions of dollars. And drugs should be legalized, decriminalized, and so many resources have been put into that, which, again, just wouldn't be done at all in a free society. People would be free to use drugs. I don't think there would be as much need for them. I think people would be much healthier and resort to drugs much less because their lives would be going better. They wouldn't need the escape that drugs offer. So even the few things that government should be doing would be scaled back a lot. Like no war on drugs by the police, no nation building efforts in other countries by the military. So if you present all this to your uncle, he might start to think it's more plausible that, okay, yeah, if you're talking about a very scaled down kind of government, then maybe that could be funded by voluntary means, because it's clearly in our self-interest to have a police force to protect us from, I mean, what do you want? Do you want robbers and rapists to be running around free in the streets, or do you want there to be a police to put them behind bars? It's clearly in your interests, in every rational person's interest, to get people like that off the streets. So you would be willing to pay for that service, just like you're willing to pay for all kinds of things to make your survival better. Just like food and clothing is clearly in your self-interest to have, and you voluntarily pay for those. Well, likewise with police and with military. I mean, do you want your country to be invaded? Do you want to be conquered by some foreign government and made slaves out of? Probably not. So I think if you paint a picture of what government would actually look like and how scaled down it would be compared to today, then I think it's a much more plausible sell that it could be funded in a voluntary way. And then you say, he said, the way the country is going, I wouldn't pay a penny. Well, I can sympathize with that to an extent. I mean, there's so many problems with the way the country is going now that I might not want to support it voluntarily. Like if I'm already being taxed at, let's say, 40 or 50% of my income, am I going to give voluntarily on top of that? Maybe not. But if I have a right to 100% of my income, then I'm more likely to be willing to volunteer some of my income to support police, military, and a court system. And I would want to know what does he mean by this when he says the way the country is going. If I knew in particular what he had in mind there, maybe I could address that better. But there's a lot of things I don't like about the way the country is going, which might stop me from supporting it now. But if you make clear the country that you envision, maybe he would be more on board with that, supporting that. Or maybe not, but that's at least something I would want to explore a bit. Okay. So I'm going to go on now. I hope that was worth $10. Second on the TDS versus Magus is Godspeed. So he's echoing something Objective Ethics said. Where was that? Oh, yeah. It's TDS versus MAGA. I never use that term TDS. I think it's often used as a smear term. Like anyone who has a criticism is just dismissed as having some disease. I think it's a way of kind of trying to trivialize, medicalize something, like, and evade the need to actually refute. It's a kind of ad hominem, I think, the way many people use it. It's not really an argument. It's a stand-in for an argument. I mean, I do think there is irrational opposition to Trump. There can be, like, no matter what he does. Maybe that's what you have in mind when you say Democrats will always vote against Trump, and maybe implicit in that is no matter what he does. Like, so even if he does something good, then they'll still vote against him. Of course, what is meant by good is up for grabs. I mean, but I think this war maybe is a good thing. Now, again, not the fact that he did it without congressional approval, but that he's going after an evil regime that has a lot of blood on its hands. And he's cited, in his 8-minute speech the night of the war, when it first broke out, he cited this long train of abuses, explaining why Iran is worthy of attack. I think that's good, and I don't recall another president doing that. So I think all his predecessor presidents weren't willing to do that, make that kind of speech against Iran. And so I give credit to Trump for doing that. I mean, if you've watched this show, you've heard me say how I think Trump is horrible, and I think he is horrible. But I think sometimes he does something good, and it's important to recognize that. Whereas someone with so-called TDS, not that I think that's an actual thing, but someone who is irrationally opposed to it might criticize Trump no matter what he does. that's a tribal kind of mentality, and I think that's bad. Um, just because they're not in the same tribe, they oppose him instead of judging each thing he does on its own. Neither actually care about making rational decisions. I think that's often true. Often true. Oh, I read this one already. Oh yeah, because I just went back to that because Godspeed said second on the TDS versus MAGA. Oh, Greg Lewis is here. Hello. I skipped ahead on my phone here. I can see the bottom of the chat. Okay. Then let's see. We got natural law provides an objective standard, but to get the normative to link to objectivity, we use the if I want. The actions that lead to the goal are objective, even though the goals are subjective. Okay. So the means to the end are objective, but the end or the goal is subjective. That's what I think objective ethics is saying here. And is that right? Why would the end be subjective? Does that mean there's no basis for it, or it's chosen by someone's mind? See, what exactly does subjective mean? And what does objective mean? That might be important to assessing this claim. Well, it certainly is important here. And maybe we can get into that some more, but let me just keep reading through some of these. This is why I find the NAP as such a good ethical North Star. The non-aggression principle, that's what NAP is. The idea that you should not aggress against people. Ayn Rand talked more in terms of initiating force, the non-initiation of force principle. She didn't use that exact phrase, but that's a little more in line with her language. I think libertarians speak more in terms of aggression. There is an article by Darrell Wright. He's a objectivist philosopher, and he actually discusses why it's better to use the term initiation of force rather than aggression in an article he wrote, which I can't remember his reasons, but I remember he did discuss that in a book called Foundations of a Free Society, part of the Ayn Rand Society Philosophical Studies series. But I don't think that's central to ethics. I think that's, as I said, I don't think ethics is central. It is primarily about your relations to other people. It's not primarily social. So in the NAP, or the non-initiation of force principle, that is a social kind of principle. It's a principle about how you should or should not relate to other people. So I think you could say it's part of ethics, maybe the bridge between ethics and politics, but it's not a fundamental part of ethics. It's a derivative part of ethics. True goals are subjective and often contradictory. And that's usually the source of conflicts. However, survival, as is generally a universal human goal to survive. Well, in the human case, I don't think it is universal. I think it's a matter of choice, whether your goal is to survive. And I don't think everyone makes that choice. I mean, consistently, that is. I mean, I guess you might have to make that choice to some extent to be alive. But I don't think everyone in all of their choices makes a pro-survival kind of a choice. I think some people, well, every time you evade, and this is the core issue of free will, do you focus your mind or not? Do you keep your mind engaged with reality, with the facts, or do you evade the facts? Insofar as you're evading, you're doing something which is opposed to your survival. You're fighting reality. You're going against the facts. So we don't automatically pursue our survival. That's an achievement. That's something we have to continuously choose to do. And sometimes, like whenever someone is being evasive or irrational, they're not choosing their survival. They're choosing self-destruction. That's the fundamental moral choice. To survive or not, to live or not. You can look at it from different angles. Like you can also look at it as the choice to focus or not. Stephen says, after the 7 hypothetical modifications to the game of chess, in her open letter to Boris Spassky, Ayn Rand had a great line suggesting that your ability to understand reality is the greatest source of joy. Okay. I don't remember that line, but I'll take your word for it. We looked at that essay a little bit last time. Rand's open letter to Boris Spassky. Maybe I can find that quickly. Now that I have the Kindle version of Philosophy Who Needs It, which is the volume in which that essay is anthologized. Okay, I just found the list of 7 points. Okay, I'm going to type joy, see what comes. Okay. Well, I don't quickly see the line you're talking about. But you can let me know if there's something more specific, some words in the passage, or she makes that point, and maybe I could pull that up. But only if you want to. Okay. Oh, I think I can make this chat a little larger. It's not taking up the whole screen. Let me see if I can increase the size. Oh, but I see. If I do that, then it's going to cut off the bottom. I can at least move it somewhat out to the right. Greg says, to the lawyer and the philosopher in the room, I posed the question to ChatGPT earlier. What are the laws that governments ought to abide by? The lawyer, that would be Stephen Katz. The philosopher, I guess that's me. I need to plug in my laptop. Okay. You pose the question to ChatGPT, what are the laws that governments ought to abide by? Then OE says, I think the government should operate in the same legal framework it holds its own citizens and foreign nationals accountable to. Did AI give you a good answer, Greg? Says Stephen. Trump's no tax on tips and Social Security helps low-income makers, most of whom are minorities. But TDS says Trump hates minorities and only favors the wealthy. I think we need to cut spending, not just taxes. And maybe that's even more urgent. Because if you keep spending but you lower taxes, then how are you going to pay for all the stuff you're spending money on? You got to pay for it somehow. So you could, if you're going to have less taxes, you could pay through borrowing money. That's one way. But then eventually you have to pay that back. So maybe borrowing is just a way of saying future taxes are going to be raised, are going to need to be raised, unless you're going to inflate the currency. That's another way you could pay for things. But that's like a stealth way of taking away people's income. You're reducing the value of the money they already have, not by taking that away directly, but by inflating the currency, by printing more money. Now, you have more money in the economy chasing the same number of goods, because just printing money doesn't produce any new goods that money can buy. So now the money that you already have is becoming less and less valuable. Maybe eventually it becomes almost worthless, and you have to carry, wheelbarrows of cash in order to buy a candy bar, like you see in some countries where there's hyperinflation. So I don't know that it does much good to cut taxes if you're going to continue to spend. What we really need to do is address the spending problem, cut things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and then maybe after that, it would make more sense to cut taxes. And I think both of those are good for everyone. Cutting spending and cutting taxes in the long run, it's good for everyone, not just like rich people or poor people or middle class people. It's good for everyone for property rights to be respected. In the short run, some subset of the population might get some short run benefit, but in the long run, it's bad for everyone. All right, and then we get to Greg says, I'm not sure that the citizens enforce laws. The question as I asked it was seeking out what natural laws government ought abide by in the development and enforcement thereof. I was just testing something out with resizing this chat window here. Are there any Christians out there listening who want to call in and maybe discuss what I have in my title? Would Jesus bomb Iran? Can a true Christian support this war? Should you be merciful and love your enemies? I haven't seen any Christians come by yet and address that. But you can call in. You can chat. What are the laws that governments ought to abide by? Well, the principle that should govern governments is the non-initiation of force principle. So that would be my answer. The government should protect people's rights by protecting them from the initiation of force. That's the fundamental, and then there are many ways of implementing that principle. Having a police is one way, having a military is another. Having a court system to peacefully settle disputes is another. So another way of asking that is, what are the laws the government should... Well, are you asking what laws should the government follow? Is that another way of putting this? Does the government follow laws? I guess in a way it can, or at least should, but it makes those laws. But they should be based on a principle, like the principle that force should not be initiated. Okay. The question as I asked it was seeking out what natural laws government ought abide by in the development and enforcement thereof. What natural laws? What is meant here by natural laws? That's a term that I know it gets used a lot, but I've heard some objectivists say that that's not quite the right term for the objectivist view, or something. I'm a bit hazy on what the criticism has been, but I mean, natural laws. I mean, that does that mean Newton's laws, for example? Does it include laws of science? Would that be one type of natural law? And the government doesn't enforce those laws, right? Those are just laws of nature, natural laws. But if you mean ethical laws or political laws, now those could be based on nature in the sense that, like, they're based on the nature of human beings. Given the nature of human beings, certain laws are appropriate and certain laws are not. Is that what is meant by natural laws here? So OE used the term natural law. Did Greg use it? How did Greg put it? OE used the term natural law again here. 533. Where was Greg's original question for AI? Oh, I think this was it. Okay, you didn't use the term natural laws in the question you posed to GPT. You just said, what are the laws that government should abide ought to abide by. Oh, but then you used the term natural laws here. Is that the one I was just reading? Maybe that's the first time you used it, Greg. Yes, my working definition of objective subjective is stance dependence. Okay. Yeah, that's one sense of subjective. That's not the sense in which I usually use the term subjective. I when I use subjective, it's typically in a context where it means something like based on feelings rather than facts. And I guess subjective would be the reverse, based on facts rather than feelings. Greg says, I've trained my chat GPT with a few parameters, but in general, it gave me 7 areas of elaboration. As a lifelong analytical geometrician, law is a sidebar I've found myself seeking insights from those in the professions. You're a lifelong analytical geometrician. What does that involve? I've never heard of that. All natural laws are universal as they are all objective. If the government steals from the citizens, then it causes the citizens to distrust the government, etc. Natural law is based on cause and effect. I think OE is the one who first introduced the term natural law, and then Greg used it after that. Is that right? Yeah, the first instance when I did a search, it was OE used it, and then Godspeed used it. And then Greg started using it. Oh, he's just quoting what he submitted to. Let's see, did he use it in his own voice? He used it in a question he posed to ChatGPT. Oh, but he also used it up here. I'm Googling natural law and objectivism. Do objectivists believe in natural law? That's a question posed to Cora. All right, maybe I'll research that more later, but let me come back to the chat. Stephen says the laws of government, the laws the government ought to abide by these days are statutes, regulations, and treaties, all subject to the Constitution with maybe a little bit of common law. Depends on the specific issue. That might be a way for me to rephrase the question to ChatGPT. What are the natural laws that government ought to be held accountable to? OE says, I agree, government spending is a problem. I also think Trump makes a lot of really ignorant decisions and promotes a lot of divisive rhetoric. But I also think he has done some good things. What good things do you think he has done? I'm curious. Like this one that you mentioned, Trump's no tax on tips and Social Security helps low income makers. Maybe that's something you have in mind. Was that part of the big, beautiful bill, so-called? It would leave open the question of who would enforce them. You mean your question here to ChatGPT? What are the natural laws that government ought to be held accountable to? That would leave open the question of who would enforce those laws. I was wondering something along those lines, like when I saw your first formulation of the question, like, does government follow laws or does it enforce laws? Maybe it does both in a sense. It follows its own laws, or it should. Okay, Greg says to Stephen, I could share a URL to the answer If you would pose the same question to your trained chat GPT to have a set of answers to compare for the impact different training modules might have on the answer ChatGPT would respond with. ChatGPT will run into Hume's is-odd problem, which you can defeat with Kant's hypothetical imperative. Well, Kant promoted the categorical imperative. The duty morality. But maybe he also mentioned the hypothetical imperative, if only to disagree with it. I take it that you consider Hume's is-ought problem unresolved by Rand, says Greg to OE. OE has read some excerpts from Rand's on the Ayn Rand lexicon, but I don't know that he's read Rand's essay, The Objectivist Ethics, in full. I guess he might have read some parts of it, but he can update us here if he wants to. Interestingly enough, ChatGPT did not mention the use upholding individual rights. What is meant by natural law seems to have been dropped by the philosophers over time. Says Greg. Analytical geometrician is a fancy term for a draftsman designer. Draftsman/designer. Developing geometry to be manufactured. Alright, so that's what Greg did. I wonder if you could give us an example of some geometry you developed to be manufactured. And is that something you still do, or no? If you want to say. Okay, he changed the question to include natural law, and ChatGPT modified its response. I consider the law of identity and the law of causality to be natural laws, says Greg. I think you could call those metaphysical laws. They're laws that apply to all of reality as opposed to scientific laws like Newton's laws, which apply to the physical world, but they're not intended to apply to consciousness, for example. Like F equals ma, it's not a law that governs my thoughts. Like my thought that's if Joe is taller than Mary and Mary is taller than Jimmy, then Joe is taller than Jimmy, right? Is that thought process governed by Newton's laws, like the law of mass, that force equals mass times acceleration? Or is it rather governed by some logical law? So I think laws like the law of identity and law of causality, they apply to all of reality. Like even my thoughts, that thought process I just had, that transitive sort of logical move. So and so is taller than this other person, and that person is taller than this other person. So the first person is taller than the third person. That's governed by the law of identity. I don't know about the law of causality. At least the law of identity. I mean, things acting in accordance with their nature. I guess that's true of thoughts, not just physical things. So I think one thought could cause you to have another thought. The nature of one thought, given the nature of one thought, it could lead to another thought. So yeah, I guess both the law of identity and the law of causality could be thought to apply both to the physical world and the non-physical worlds. Assuming there is a non-physical world. If you're a materialist, then you might deny that there's such a thing as the non-physical world or realm. But I don't know if the way the term natural law is used, if that is usually meant to refer to both metaphysical laws, true of all of reality, or only scientific laws, like Newton's laws. Maybe I'll look that up later. But let me read some more of these chats. What did I miss? Says OE. I don't know. I don't know when you... I've just been going through these chats pretty much in order. And it looks like I'm within 10 minutes of catching up. Because I'm currently on the chat from 6:56 p.m. Pacific, and it's now 7:05 p.m. Pacific. OE says to Greg, I am not well read on Rand yet, so I can only offer a surface analysis. My issues with Rand so far lies within her apparent tendency to use definitions that seem to circumvent common objections, such as her understanding of objective or free will, as an example of what I have seen thus far. I think it's her understanding of objective, at least her understanding of it as something epistemological, is not unique to her. I think there's a common understanding of objective. I've given the example before of grading a teacher grading papers or grading students, that can be done in an objective way or in a subjective way, depending on whether the grade is based on facts or like how well the student explains something in a paper versus just the teacher's feeling about a student. Or what would be another example? You might say Trump is subjective if he says, "Oh, I feel like I feel like Iran was about to attack, and therefore my response was, and therefore my engaging in this war is justified," as opposed to citing facts like they have killed Americans in the past, and they took Americans hostage, and they've supported terrorist groups. Those would be basing your decision based on making your decision based on facts. And I think he did that, at least sometimes. But there was also someone quoted some comment from Trump where he just said, "I had a feeling," or something to this effect. "I had a feeling that Iran was imminently going to attack or get a nuclear weapon or something." But I don't know if that was taken out of context. But anyways, if we can just say if Trump's decision to attack Iran or any other country is just based on some feeling he has, some hunch rather than some facts he can cite, then I think you could call that decision subjective rather than objective. And this is, I think, a way that the word is commonly used. It's not unique to Rand. I think many people might look at that and say, "Oh, he's just going by his feelings. That's so subjective." And to be objective, he would have to cite some facts about what Iran or whatever country has done to justify. Now, the exact fleshing out of what objectivity consists of, the idea that it's, to quote Leonard Peikoff, one of Ayn Rand's, her top student, objectivity is volitional adherence to reality by the method of logic. He gives that formulation in his book, OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. That exact fleshing out of what objectivity is, that's unique to Rand. But just the idea that it has something to do with the way of using your mind, that it means using your mind in a facts-based kind of way rather than just an emotional, feeling-based way, that's not specific to Rand. So now I don't know that you're even aware that she had this specific formulation of objectivity. But if you just mean that she had an epistemological sense of the term as opposed to the metaphysical sense of the term, where it means stance independent, I don't think that is unique to Rand. I think that's is a commonly held sense, this epistemological sense of objectivity. As for free will, she did have some unique contributions to that, I think, the theory of free will, that fundamentally it consists in the choice to focus one's mind or not. But I don't know if that's what you have in mind when you refer to her definition of free will to circumvent common objections. If it's the idea that there are multiple paths into the future and we can control which path we go down, that's common to many philosophers. That's not unique to her. Okay, Steven says for $10, $35 left. Can you talk about the Buridan's ass problem? Does it impact people in the real world? How does it come up? Okay, thanks for the super chat, which you paid for through PayPal. What is this timer at? Oh, the super chat goal I set up ends in 28 minutes. And I said we already hit the goal because Steven sent in $60 through PayPal. Plus, I got, let's see, actually, if I can set this to fan funding, and it should show me all the funding. I haven't done this before here, I think. Okay, see, that was very nice. It collects together all the contributions. So 2 super stickers from Jason and 1 super sticker from Stephen Harper. We have 2 Stevens today, Stephen Harper and Stephen Katz, but one is spelled with PH and one is spelled with a V. So Stephen Harper did $5. So if you add these 3 plus the $60 I got from Stephen with a V through PayPal, I said, I'm considering this goal as having been met. So thank you all. And thanks for the likes. I don't know if we got any more likes on the stream. Let me take a quick look at that. Last I checked, it was at 3 likes. Oh, now it's up to 5. All right. Thanks for the additional likes. All right, so the Buridan's ass problem. Stephen Katz asked about that for a super chat. All right, well, I don't know how to formulate the problem, or if it, is that the right way to describe it? Is it a problem, or is it a thought experiment, or what? I'm not sure what the genus of it is, but without looking it up, I can just describe this case that Jean Buridan, I think he was, I think he was a medieval philosopher. He had this idea that there was a donkey, an ass, or a mule. I don't know exactly what animal it is, but it's 2 bales of hay are placed in front of it at equal distance. So maybe one is a little to the right, one's a little to the left, but they're the same distance from the ass. And it since it has no more reason to go to one rather than the other, it stands there in one position and it starves to death. Is that how it goes? I haven't looked into this in a long time. So how does the ass decide between which bale of hay to go towards? Is it arbitrary? And maybe I should quickly Google this and see if I can find a quick 1-paragraph description. That might help me set it up in a better way. So I'm just gonna. So here's the AI overview. I'll share this. Buridan's ass is a 14th century philosophical paradox named after Jean Buridan, describing a donkey placed exactly midway between 2 identical equidistant bales of hay. Lacking a rational basis to choose one over the other, the ass remains indecisive, starves, and dies. it illustrates the hazards of over-rationalizing choices and the paralysis of free will between equal alternatives. So one thing you could do if you're in a situation like this is you could just flip a coin, because it doesn't matter which of the options you choose. Sometimes I think of this in connection with, let's say you're at the grocery store and you want to get a gallon of milk, and there are a bunch of gallons of milk on the shelf, and you just reach for one. It doesn't really matter which one you reach for. I mean, there are multiple of them in arm's reach, and I guess whichever one you might say, well, okay, well, one is in a slightly better position relative to your arm, so it's easier to pick it up, so it makes sense to go with that one. But typically you don't even think that much about it. You reach out and you grab one. But you might think, well, subconsciously there's some reasoning going on. There's a reason you took one rather than the other. Maybe it's slightly better positioned relative to your arm, so it's going to be easier to pick that one up. But if you're exactly positioned so that there's no difference in terms of how easy to pick up one gallon, it's not easier to pick up one rather than the other, then what do? Do you not pick up either gallon? Or do you just arbitrarily decide? Now, I don't know this is a realistic scenario we actually face. Like, maybe there are things going on in your muscles or in your brain, which are very, very subtle things, which tip the balance one way rather than the other. And make it reasonable to choose 1 gallon of milk rather than the other, or for the donkey to go to the left rather than the right. There's going to be some symmetry breaker, even if you're not consciously aware of it, but maybe something happens inside your body or inside your brain. Does it impact people in the real world? Says Stephen. How does it come up? Well, it doesn't. I don't think it ever comes up. I mean, it's not realistic that you would just starve. I mean, you're if nothing else, the hunger pangs that the donkey would have as it's standing there waiting, struggling to decide. I mean, we're personifying the donkey a bit here. So I don't think the donkey decides. I don't think donkeys have free will the way human beings do, or in any other way. It's maybe a bit anthropomorphizing to say the donkey decides, but if the donkey is just standing there and it hasn't, quote, decided, or it hasn't, maybe since it doesn't literally decide because it doesn't have free will, so far as we know, so far as I know, we could use some other term, like if the donkey's emotions or desire mechanism, it has that, right? Even if it doesn't have free will, it has desires. If its desire mechanism doesn't cause it to go to the left or to the right, eventually it's going to start feeling hunger pangs and it's going to starve, and maybe maybe that hunger pang will make it fall to its feet or knock it off balance or something. And then when that happens, it's going to be closer to one rather than the other. And then it would have a reason to go for one bale of hay rather than the other. So something will upset the balance eventually. And that's one example of what I had in mind, of something subconscious or something internal going on in your body, which would break the symmetry in the situation at some point, if not immediately. And if you're at the grocery store and facing the row of gallons of milk, it will strike you as a waste of time to sit there and meditate over which gallon of milk, and maybe you'll start to experience irritation or boredom or something as you stand there, and then that emotion will knock you off balance. Well, not literally, not like you're going to lose your footing, but it'll create some asymmetry in your brain or your muscles somehow that will make you just reach out for one rather than the other. So something will break the symmetry if you wait long enough. So if it impacts people in the real world, I think it only does so for a short amount of time. Does it impact people in the real world? I mean, there are some decisions where it can take a long time to decide. They're not exactly Buridan's ass cases, but let's say you're a lawyer, and you used to do some other kind of law, bankruptcy law, and now you switched over to immigration law or asylum law. And maybe there was a period when you weren't sure what to do. Maybe you had good reasons for continuing with bankruptcy law, but you also saw good reasons to pursue some other branch of law, immigration or asylum law. And we could treat those as like the stand-ins for the bales of hay, but they're not identical, right? So you're not deciding between identical things. You're deciding between non-identical things, and each of them has their own sets of reasons. And it might take a while to figure out, what should I do here? Or if you want to go on vacation, right? Should I go on vacation to Hawaii, or should I take a trip to Paris, or should I just stay home and relax? What's the best thing to do? And for a while, it can be unclear as to what is your best option if you have to weigh all the reasons. So there can be situations that are at least partly like the Buridan's ass case, where it's not clear that you have more reason to do one thing rather than the other. And you could agonize over some decisions for a long time, I guess. But I guess at a certain point, maybe the value of continuing to think about it is outweighed by the value of just picking one of the options. Like at a certain point, you might think, well, I better decide now, or I'm not going to have much of a vacation. If I spend let's say you have a week off to go somewhere or to stay home if you want. If you spend a whole week contemplating this decision, then you haven't had any vacation anywhere. And even if you stay home thinking about it, maybe it's not a very relaxing period because you're thinking about what choice to make rather than doing something more enjoyable. So maybe at a certain point, something in your biology, something in your brain chemistry will upset the balance so that you start to decide, well, it's more important that I just make a choice rather than that I continue figuring out what is the best choice, what is the best option. There's another Stephen Ward, I think, gave a talk on the Ayn Rand Institute YouTube channel recently, which I also referenced in a previous, maybe it was the last live stream, where he talks about making choices and how there's not always a one right path that you should take, and sometimes there's to some extent we just create our own paths. Hold on, I'm trying to look this up at the same time as I'm talking, and it's not working well. Making choices, wasn't that the oh, here it is. It's Up to You, Making Choices by Stephen Warden. Let me share this on the screen. If you go to the Ayn Rand Institute YouTube channel, you'll see this in search for making choices. That's how I found it. There's this video that came out 5 months ago, it says. Didn't realize it was that long ago. By Stephen Warden. So you might check that out. It's a short talk. It's less than 15 minutes. It might not always be clear, even after a lot of thought, what is the best option. But it might be clear that some option is better than no option. And you could just flip a coin once you're at that point. Or just, I guess, make some arbitrary choice. So I don't know how often that comes up. You ask how does it come up? Not how often does it come up. How does it come up? Well, I guess it's so I don't think it doesn't usually come up in the exact way that the burdens ask problem comes up, where you're facing two identical things like 2 bales of hay or 2 gallons of milk. Well, I guess every time you go to the grocery store and you're shopping for some good that has, there's many of them, many items like that on the shelf, and it's not clear which one is closest to you. I guess that's one way it could come up, but those problems don't last for very long. They're not really problems. They're just very brief moments. But they might come up in another sense, in a more long-lasting way, when you're facing some other sorts of decision, like where should I go on vacation, or what exact career path should I pursue? Should I be a lawyer in this way or that way? There, it might be a while to figure out, which way should you go. But those are some ways it could come up. All right. So that's what I'll say now about the burdens asked problem. Evolutionary Capitalist is here. Hello. Haven't seen you in a while. Okay. So where was I? I'm up to this one now. Oh, okay. That's a question for Greg from Steven. So I guess it doesn't impact people much in the real world in the exact way that it impacted Buridan. But in different ways, it impacts people in the sorts of examples I was giving about, like choices of career or where to go on vacation. Or maybe like in romance issues, like who to marry, who to be in a relationship with. Those are cases where you could wrestle with the problem for a while, not be sure which way to go. As far as Trump goes, his economy has been significantly better than Biden's, despite the hot Trump took. I think that might be a typo. Oh, hits. Despite the hit Trump took and huge boost Biden got due to COVID. A lot of the jobs came back after COVID. I guess maybe that's part of what you're referencing there. The economy took a hit due to COVID, which started under Trump, and then it rebounded somewhat under Biden. Oh, I'm showing the wrong screen. I meant to be sharing the chat. Oh. I think I was showing the wrong screen the whole time I was talking about Buridan's ass. Or at least a lot of that time. Oh, I guess I was showing a different tab on my Explorer window. Okay. Greg says, I'm basically retired now, but steering wheels, transmission module, assemblies, rack and pinion steering, suspension parts, to name a few. Okay, so those are the, what was the term? Something geometrician. Oh, analytical geometrician is a fancy term for a draftsman / designer developing geometry to be manufactured. That's what Greg did. And these are some examples of the things he designs. Steering wheels, transition module assemblies, etc. Okay. Isn't it called the law of transitivity? That's the idea that when the relation of A to B, if A stands in some relation to B, which itself stands in relation to C in the same way, then A stands in that same relation to C. So if A is taller than B and B is taller than C, then A is taller than C. I think that's the law of transitivity, or an example of the law of transitivity. But it could apply to other properties, like if A is heavier than B and B is heavier than C, then A is heavier than C. But it wouldn't. There's some properties that it would not apply to, like being the mother of. So if A is the mother of B, B is the mother of C, it doesn't mean that A is the mother of C, right? A would be the grandmother of C. So that's a case where the law of transitivity does not apply. So being the grandmother of is not a transitive property, whereas being heavier than or being taller than are transitive properties. I gotta plug my phone in. Gravity applies to natural entities, but has mathematically formula to describe it. Says Greg. I appreciate the thoughts on natural law. It provides augmentation for consideration. Time to find a pillow here. Until next time. All right. Greg's going to sleep. Maybe that was from half an hour ago that he said that, so maybe he's already sleeping. All right. Thanks, Greg. I appreciate you coming by and participating. Catch you later. If you type objective definition into your CPU, I think it will say something to the nature of either mind dependence or stance dependence. I agree that if the teacher subjectively decides what the test parameters are prior to grading, then you can obtain objectively true facts. But that is because there can be objective truths independent of any stance or minds. All mathematics are objective truths. It is objectively true, TRUE, it is objectively true that TRUE spell true. But we subjectively decided that spelling when we invented the word. Sad Sloth is here. He says, new here. What are you guys talking about? Well, right now, we're talking about objectivity and subjectivity, but we've also been talking about free will and Buridan's donkey and war in Iran, a lot of things. If there's a topic you're interested in and want to raise, feel free. My general perspective is I'm coming at things from the perspective of Ayn Rand's philosophy. I don't know if you've ever heard of Ayn Rand, or read her, but she developed a philosophy which I really like and think makes a lot of sense. So I try to promote her ideas on this channel, and I talk about all kinds of things from the perspective of her ideas. Natural law, yeah, that's another thing we've talked about. What exactly is it? Does it just refer to like scientific laws like Newton's laws, or does it also refer to ethical and political laws? Does it refer to metaphysical laws like the law of identity or the law of causality? All right, let me see if I... Okay, what's the core of her philosophy? Asks Sad Sloth. Reason, egoism, and capitalism. I don't know if that's the best answer, but just to give you some idea of the core tenets of her philosophy. I'll say that. And I have that on my background here. I'll make it larger. So I put on my background some of the key concepts of her philosophy, which is called objectivism. And she supports, oh, I'm wrong side. She supports reason as opposed to faith or just going by your emotions. Reason is our only means of knowledge and our only guide to action, our only proper guide to action. Egoism, living for yourself as opposed to altruism, living for the sake of others. She supports living for your own sake, pursuing your own happiness, not sacrificing yourself like Jesus or Mother Teresa. Capitalism, that's a controversial term, and she understood that to be a system in which you're free to act as you choose as long as you do not coerce other people or use force against other people. So I can't take your money by force like a robber would or a mugger. I can offer you some value and trade with you, and you can accept it or reject my offer, but it's wrong to impose your will on other people by force. Yet that's what the government does through something like taxes. You're forced to provide money to the government. And regulations like minimum wage laws, they coerce companies to pay a certain amount. There's all kinds of taxes and regulations which exist today, which would not exist in the kind of society Ayn Rand upholds. So she's also an atheist. I have that up here. She upholds free will as opposed to determinism. So there are a lot of things here on my background that give you some ideas of what she stands for, and we can talk about any of those. But there's some brief thoughts on, or a brief indication of some of the key ideas in Ayn Rand's philosophy. You say, I personally align my thoughts and morals to her philosophy now that I come to learn this. Okay. Well, feel free to raise any questions, or if you stay here long enough, I think there's a good chance you'd probably hear something you disagree with, or at least you have questions about. But that's fine. Evolutionary Capitalist says, I'm trying to engage with some new people I haven't engaged much with yet. He says, our choices are driven by our basic evolutionary instincts, just like a donkey. We've talked about free will in previous live streams. So you're a determinist, as I recall, which I think is incompatible with making choices. So I don't think you actually make choices if you accept determinism. Determinism means there's only one path in the future. There are no alternative possibilities. But choices implies there are alternative possibilities. Oh, Kudababa just popped in. Hello. And I don't think donkeys make choices. I think human beings do. But I don't think donkeys have free will. At least I don't have evidence they do. They have desires. I think that's right. And their desires can make them do one thing rather than another, whatever they have the strongest desire for. Maybe that's what will win out over a weaker desire. So if the donkey has a desire to sleep, but also a desire to eat food, whichever desire is stronger is what it will do. I guess that's how it works with a lot of non-human animals. But I don't think they're making choices. I think they're just being driven by their desires. Whereas I think a human being is not just driven by its desires. It can assert its power of reason and follow its rational faculty, as opposed to being driven by its desires. Kudababa says a lot of people say that until they come to understand some of the logical implications of her ideas. That is, a lot of people say they agree with Ayn Rand. They align their thoughts with her. Not many people are able to maintain their objectivity in a principled manner, sadly, he says. Should everyone act for himself, him or herself? That's part of Rand's philosophy. That's part of being an egoist, living for your own sake. You say you come from a Muslim family, but I don't believe in dogmatic religious approach to life. I feel uncomfortable in this system, but due to family, I can't abandon them. My question is, how can one cope? Okay. So when you say you feel uncomfortable in this system, I guess you mean in a Muslim religious system, you're uncomfortable with that, but due to family, you can't abandon them. That's what you're saying, if I understand you right. My question is, how can one cope? Well, I don't know. There might be more details to your situation that I would need to know in order to decide how I would act in this kind of situation. Okay, yes, I guess I interpreted you right. And I don't know what you can share whatever you're comfortable sharing. But I don't like. Are you an adult? Are you a child? I think that can make a difference. Sometimes if you're a child, you have to put up with certain things which you would not have to put up with if you're an adult. Like if you're an adult, you can move out, get your own place, and you don't have to have anything to do with your family if they're a real problem for you. I don't know if that's the case. I think even if you have some problems or disagreements with your family, it could still make sense to keep in touch with them and have some kind of relations with them. I mean, depending on how bad it is, like, are they physically abusing you? Are they stealing stuff from you? Or are they just kind of a little bit annoying? So depending on the severity of the problem, that will impact what reaction makes sense. Like, should you completely cut them out of your life and never have anything to do with them? Or should you still have some contact with them, but maybe less contact, maybe see them once a month, once a week, once a year? I don't know. It's so this is what I mean when I say a lot of what's going to determine what is the appropriate response is going to be a lot of details, which I don't know. And only you know. But those are some of the considerations. Some people, they abandon their religion. So even if you were raised Muslim, doesn't mean you have to be Muslim your whole life. Like Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a famous example of someone who recently, or in the last few years or so, I think, she converted from, well, I guess a long time ago she converted from, or she abandoned Islam and was an atheist, I think. And then in the last couple years, maybe, she adopted Christianity. So she's gone through a journey. And that happens sometimes. Just because you're born in some system doesn't mean you have to stay in that system your whole life. This is part of having free will and making choices of your own. And whether you're free to express those is a separate issue. Like if you live in a theocratic country like Iran, hopefully this is changing now, but other countries in the Middle East too. If you live in a theocratic country, it might not be safe to give voice to your views if you hold certain views, like if you're an atheist. So you might still pretend like you're a Muslim or a Christian or whatever, Hindu, even if on the inside that's not what you think. So what is your situation in life? Like, how dependent are you? Even if you're a child, I guess a child can run away from its parents if things get really bad, and I think that happens sometimes. I think Benjamin Franklin did that, right? Didn't Ben Franklin run away from home? And but depending on your situation, that's going to determine what's the best way forward. You come from a Muslim family, but you don't believe in a dogmatic religious approach to life. You say, yep, adults, not abusive. They are normal people. But when it comes to having an intellectual conversation about religion, I am fearful to express my thoughts with them. Okay. Well, I do think it can make sense to avoid certain topics. Like if you have doubts in the existence of God, for example, they might get very upset if you raise that topic, and I guess you just have to decide, how much is it worth to you? Is this really something that you need to discuss with them? Or is it just something you can discuss with other people, or just think in your own minds? There might be certain topics which, if you want to preserve a relationship with your parents or your family, maybe there's certain topics which you should just not discuss because you can't have a pleasant relationship with them, and you would like to have a pleasant relationship. So you can just talk about other things. I mean, there might be a case for, like, if you want to have a very, very close relationship with someone, there might be certain topics which you have to be able to talk about. Like, let's say you want to marry someone, you might think, well, if I'm going to be that intimate with someone, we have to be able to talk about anything, including very deep beliefs we have about philosophy or religion. And if we can't talk about those things, then we can't have the kind of intimate, very deep bonds that I would like to have. So when it comes to having a spouse, my my tolerance level of disagreement maybe is going to be less than if it's um, a family member um, or a friend who's not quite as close. So you can have different levels of closeness with different people in your life. And it seems rational to me that if you think someone is just closed to reason on a certain issue, yet you still value them for various reasons. Maybe they helped raise you and you appreciate that, then it could make sense, I think, to just to not go into certain topics with certain people. It might be unfortunate. Maybe it would be better if you could go into those topics, but maybe it's still better to at least have some relationship with them rather than none. Sometimes you say sometimes you can't avoid, like in the month of Ramadan, you kind of need to be present and take part in the activities, and I simply pretend to be a Muslim with them. Okay. So this is interesting. I don't know what country you're in. In some countries, maybe it's not safe to, as I was saying, like if you're in a theocracy like Iran, maybe it's not safe to be open about your doubts or disagreement with a religion. But if you're in the United States, you have freedom of religion. Oh, Kutababa says your comment didn't show up on my screen. Let's see. I have this set to live chat, so it should show all the chats. So maybe YouTube filtered it out because it included something which somehow was it triggered YouTube's filter. But I'm not filtering anything out here on my ends. So maybe if you type it in a slightly different way, it'll show up. But I guess Sad Sloth, you can decide what are you comfortable with. Like, yes, it could be considered offensive by YouTube. Yeah, I think they'll filter it out sometimes. Oh, you're in Pakistan. Interesting. You might be the first person from Pakistan who I've had in my chat. Certainly the only one I remember. That's interesting. I don't know a lot about Pakistan, but I know it's a Muslim country, or maybe it's a mix of Muslim and Hindu. But maybe majority Muslim. Actually, I think that was the reason it was separated from India, right? Because there were disputes between Hindus and Muslims, and they said, we'll just carve it up and make a border between them, roughly. Wasn't that the genesis of Pakistan to the northwest of India? Oh, you're from Pakistan, but you're not there now? So, are you comfortable pretending? You say during Ramadan, sometimes you can't avoid, like in the month of Ramadan, you kind of need to be present and take part in the activities, and I simply pretend to be a Muslim with them. Well, what about this? What if you are with them, but you don't pretend? Like, I don't know what activities they engage in. Like, maybe they pray 5 times a day. That's part of Islam, right? Or maybe 3 times a day, depending on the sect. I don't know if Shias and Sunnis do it a bit differently, but anyways, there's a certain amount of daily prayers they do, and then they fast. while the sun is up. That's also part of the Ramadan customs. So I don't know what all the things are, but you could still spend time with them. I don't know if you live with them or you live somewhere else, and just come over to visit. But even if you're not on the rug on your knees praying, what if you're just sitting nearby or lying on a couch while they're, so you're there, you're close by, but you're not praying with them. Would that be a problem? And I guess you could even say, like, I want to be with you during these holidays or during this during the time of Ramadan, and I appreciate being with you, but I don't want to engage in these prayers. I wonder what you think about that. Like, if that's a possibility, would they explode at you and get super mad if you said that, or would they be understanding? And if they get, I don't know if they know anything about your views now. Like, do they know you have any doubts or disagreements, or do they think you're just completely on board with Islam just like they are? I don't know what the status of their knowledge is right now. I don't know if you've ever had a serious talk with them about these issues. All right, second attempt also blocked, says Kudubaba. Third attempts. Okay, I see your third attempt. You say anyone who is a follower of Islam is not a normal person. Okay, I can see why YouTube would have filtered that out, because I guess it regards that as offensive. But that's, yeah, okay. Maybe that depends on what is meant by a follower. Like, you can be a nominal Muslim, just like there are nominal Christians, or you could be like a Dark Ages Christian, or like an ascetic who goes out in the desert and takes the vows of poverty very seriously and gives away all his possessions. Are both of those not normal, or only one of those? You say yes, but Sad Sloth says yes, but I moved to Costa Rica. Okay, so you're from Pakistan, but you're now in Costa Rica. In Ramadan, they pray 5 times and do fasting. I moved to Costa Rica, where my dad's from, so daily I have to go and meet their people. They talk about God, and I simply sit in silence. I just want to check something here. Thanks for the likes on the stream. It's up to 8 likes now, I see. Thanks also for any shares or subscribes. Oh, I got a new subscriber. Nice. It went up to 1,022. Thanks to whoever that was. Okay, you say you have to go there and meet people. Well, do you have to? Why do you have to? So, you're making a choice, are you not? You're choosing to go and meet people there. And maybe you think it's a good choice. Maybe you think the negatives are outweighed by the positives, and so you choose to go there. Is that what's going on? I mean, if the positives outweigh the negatives, then I think it makes sense to go there. But is that right? Or do the negatives outweigh the positives? If they do, then why not just choose not to go there? They talk about God, and I simply sit in silence. Honestly, just for the food, because I just moved here and looking for a job. Okay. So, let's see. How did this start? I want to go back to this chat. I feel uncomfortable in this situation, but due to family, I can't abandon them. Why can't you abandon them? Could you just live on your own? I don't know what your living situation is. Like if you're living with them or you live somewhere else in your own house or apartment or what. But I also wonder if you've discussed this with them. I feel uncomfortable in this system. What do you mean in this system? Like in the Muslim system? But if you're in Costa Rica, that's a Catholic country, right? Or most people in that part of the world, Latin America, are Catholic. So I guess you mean the system of your family, but due to family, you can't abandon them. I don't know why you say you can't. I mean, you could, right? Couldn't you? But maybe you just decide it's not worth it. You say they're abusive. Not abusive, they are normal people. But when it comes to having an intellectual conversation, I'm fearful to express your thoughts. Okay. Have you ever tried to express your thoughts? That's what I was wondering about at one point, like whether you've discussed this with them. So are you assuming, you're predicting they would get angry? Is that why you're fearful? You think they might abandon you or ostracize you, cut you out of their lives? You're fortunate to have gotten out of Pakistan at least. Well, I am quite fond in my siblings and do not want to break ties. Yes, I am fearful because of that. Okay. Well, I wonder if you could keep a relation with your siblings. Would all of your family react the same? Like, would your parents react the same as your siblings? Or maybe your siblings would not get angry and abandon you? Or you think everyone would abandon you or get angry? Or is it just some members of your family? And do you want to have relationships with all of them, even if they would be very mean to you, if you said what you honestly thought? Sometimes you might think, well, if I have to pretend I'm someone who I'm not in order to for someone not to be angry with me, then it's just not worth it. That's one view you might take. If I have to lie or pretend, then it's not worth having that person around. I want to be able to be who I am authentically and not pretend. And if someone isn't okay with that, then it's their problem, and it's too bad. And I would like to have them in our lives, but it's not worth pretending I'm someone who I'm not in order to keep that person around. That's something you might consider. This might show up in my title some way, somehow, because I've been talking about this for a while. It's interesting, though. I haven't done like a sort of like a personal advice section. But I like how this is a real scenario someone is facing. I'm trying to apply some ideas to an actual case in reality, not just a hypothetical. I tend to give them small clues about my religious standpoint. And I wonder how they react to those small clues. I don't know how many siblings you have. My guess is they're not all going to have the same reaction, right? Because everybody is an individual and they're not all identical. So maybe some siblings would, hey, for all you know, could it be that you've got some siblings who actually have the same kind of doubts you have, and they're also scared to bring it up because they're worried how their siblings, maybe they're worried how you're going to react. I think that's actually something that happens sometimes. You think you're the only one that has some doubts, and then you speak up and you find that other people have the same doubts you have, and then maybe you'll actually have an even stronger connection to some of your family, and maybe they'll even thank you for speaking out and having the courage to state what you really think, even if it's unpopular. So maybe you'd find that. Maybe some of your siblings actually agree with you, or maybe some don't agree with you fully, but partly, and maybe there's a spectrum of different opinions. Maybe some will be violently opposed to you, and others, maybe they'll be fine with it. But it sounds like maybe you haven't had like a completely open discussion about it. You say you've given them small clues, and what did you say before? Oh yeah, I'm fearful to express my thoughts with them. Yeah, so if all you've done at this point is give them small clues, maybe it's worth having a more open discussion. At least maybe you could have a one-on-one discussion with whichever of your parents or siblings you think is most friendly to you and would be most understanding. You could just try it first with that one before telling everybody. Maybe that's a smaller step, like a baby step. Maybe that's a good approach. Just do a small step. Tell one person who you feel most closely to, and then see how that goes, and then maybe that will give you the confidence to go further. You say, ha ha ha, that's quite funny because I did have a conversation with my little sister, and she shares the same ideas. We are the quiet atheists in the family. The quiet atheists in the family. Okay, so, well, there you go. Maybe you've got an ally there. You could start with her. Maybe you and your sister can go to whoever is the next closest person to you and your family and talk to them, and then maybe you could make this a joint project and do it together, and that can make it easier, maybe more enjoyable, or at least more understanding. Like, I guess if the other family who are opposed to you, I guess the more of you that there are to oppose, the less likely they would want to cut all of you out of your lives, right? Because it's a bigger cost. If I have to just cut out one person, that's not as big a deal as if I'm cutting off my entire rest of the family. Then they're the ones in the minority. They're the ones who might start to feel abandoned or ostracized. So maybe you can use your little sister as a kind of, I don't know, leverage towards starting to approach some of the other family members. And I don't know how little you mean, like if she's an adult but just younger than you are, or if she's a minor. I don't know if that might affect the best way to go about it. But that's nice. You got at least one person there who you can talk to. And before that, you said, I have a question. Is heaven and hell a concept introduced to control people? I think that's plausible that it is. You can scare people into thinking that if they don't do something, they're going to spend the rest of eternity burning in hell. And on the other side, they can be rewarded with 72 virgins. Isn't that part of Islam? If they I don't know how you get to that. If you engage in jihad or something, and that's, you die as a martyr, are those the only ones who get to 72 virgins, or is it some other group of people who gets that? But anyway, Kuda Baba says, of course it is. Yeah, I think religion is often used as a tool of manipulation. There's no earthly reason for people to do some things. There's no rational explanation for why you should give away your money to the church or donate money to the mosque. I don't know if they ask for donations in the way that they do in Christianity. But if you can convince someone that they're going to suffer punishment in the afterlife if they don't do it, then that would be a way to get them to do something in this life which they wouldn't otherwise do. No earthly reason. Yeah. Yes, 72 virgins will be awarded simply for being a good Muslim. Okay. And I think the reason religions ask people to take things on faith is because there is no reason. There's no rational explanation of why you should believe the religion. So you just have to take it on faith. Reason is the enemy of the religion. If you thought rationally, you wouldn't conclude that it's good to engage in jihad or that you should give away all your possessions and be poor. But if you throw out your mind and you just accept whatever the religion spokesman tells you to do, just take it on faith, then they can get you to do anything. There is a heavenly reason to do things, not an earthly reason. But if there is no heaven, then that pulls the rug out from under the heavenly reason. All right. Well, I'm caught up in the chat. I think there were a few that I skipped over. Maybe I should go back to those. Shortly before Sad Sloth came in. You like sloths? Why do they move so slowly? I like sloths. Okay, I think the last one I was up to before Sloth came in here was this one from Objective Ethics. I don't know if he's still here. He can let me know if he is. I'm more likely to engage with chats with people who I know are still here live. Sloths move slowly because they are lazy, says Kudu Baba. I think there is a relation between the metaphysical sense of objective, or it means stance independence or mind independence, and the epistemological sense, where it means a method of using your mind that adheres to facts as opposed to just going by your feelings independent of facts. They're not entirely separate senses. But they're not entirely the same. So, I can actually, if I do let me see what he says, if you type objective definition into your CPU, I think it will say something to the nature of either mind dependence or stance independence. Well, let me Google it and see what comes up first. Oh, hey, how about that? It's actually the sort of definition I gave. So the first definition is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. And it doesn't say stance or mind independent. That's more of a philosopher's definition. The common person who uses the term objective, I think, is using it in this epistemological sense. The way your mind is being used, how you're judging things, the way you're judging things is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. Historians try to be objective and impartial, is the example sentence. Yeah, it's something, a way of using your mind, which if it means mind independent would be totally incoherent, right? There's no mind independent way of using your mind. I mean, you could use your mind in a way that helps you identify mind independent facts. So that's, maybe that goes to what I was saying about there's some connection between the senses, the epistemological sense and the metaphysical sense, but I think this sense is a very common one. Let's look at some other. Merriam-Webster, first definition, expressing or dealing with facts or conditions as perceived without distortion by personal feelings, prejudices, or interpretations. Yeah, that's again the epistemological sort of definition. Philosophy. Okay, so yeah, here's the philosophy kind of definition that objective ethics was giving. Existing outside the mind, existing in the real world, mind independent, stance independent. Yeah, this is a secondary or philosopher's definition. Steven says good night. All right. Good night, Steven. Thanks for your super chats, your participation. You still have some money left on your balance. I don't remember how much it was, but you can use it next time. Let's see, you were keeping track in your chats. Oh, you said 35 left? All right. So you can use that next stream, which will be, let's see, Friday. If I stick to my stream once every 5 days, next one would be Friday, March 13th. Okay. Sounds good. See you later, Stephen. Maybe I should end the stream soon. I did start significantly later than I usually do, so maybe this will be a shorter than usual stream. Oh, it's up to 10 likes now. Thank you. Good to see. Lazy implies sloth. Made a choice. All right. Anyone else want to raise a topic? If not, I think I might end the stream. But I'll pause for at least a minute to see if anyone wants to raise some new topic. I didn't have time to do a description for the last live stream, but you can use the ask feature to at least get a partial description. See if I go over to I'll show you what the kind of summary it gives on my last live stream. If you go to the YouTube ask, click on these three dots and then go down to ask, and you ask it to summarize the video. I did this last night, and let's see, does it do the same thing? Yeah, so I thought it was a decent summary as far as it goes, but it left out a lot, and it gives you timestamps too. But you see here it says we discuss the validity of the senses in objectivist epistemology from an hour and a half in to 2 hours and 11 minutes in. But after that, there's a big blank spot. The next timestamp it gives is 6:44. That's 4.5 hours later. So what happened in the 4.5 hours between this point and this point? You have no idea from this AI generated summary of the video. So we're seeing the limitations here of AI, and maybe if I had done a description, as I usually do, at least part of the video, it would include more from this big blank spot. I'm not sure why it omitted that. But you can see, like, if we go to let's go to another video, like let's try this one. Oh, that one I didn't have time to make a description. Let's go to one where I did have time to make a description. Like this one, I think. This one. Yeah, this one has a substantial description, at least for the first 2 hours of it. After that, how long was this? Oh, this was about 5 hours. So let's see what, if I go to ask, if it has a fuller description. Summarize the video. All right, so actually has some timestamps from after 2 hours, other topics before 2 hours. So most of the description is from before, from the part that I manually made a description for. There's only this one timestamp for later. Let's see. So if we go to one where I did a description for the entire video, I'm curious to see if we go much further back. I used to more often listen to the entire stream over again. Let's try this one. Okay, this one looks like I listened to the whole video, and I did, at least for the most part, I have descriptions throughout the video, because this is about 3.5 hours long, and I have timestamps going all the way through that. So if I now do ask and get the AI version of the summary, okay, well, there's still a big gap there, because here's this timestamp at 53, but then there's nothing for 1 hour or 2 hours in. The next ones are 3:08. Okay. So it looks like even if I do make a description, there might still be some significant gaps in the AI version of the description. Okay. Anyways, if you all out there want to help assist in making descriptions, you can create your own. You could leave it in a comment below the video, and maybe I'll incorporate that into a description. But I'll at least retitle the show, and I'll look through the chats. That's what I do to remind myself of the topics that came in. I'll look through the chat log, and I'll come up with some titles So maybe for today's show, I'll have something about the war in Iran, something about engaging with someone from a Muslim in chat about how to dealing with family, something about that, because we spent a while on that. So I'll plan to at least retitle it, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to create a description. But at least the ask function gives you some idea, even if it's not comprehensive. All right, I don't see any new chats. So I am going to end the show. All right, well, thanks everyone for coming by today. I appreciate your participation, or even if you were just listening or watching, thank you for doing that. Thanks for any new subscribers, the likes on the stream, shares, comments, all of that. And I'll probably be back in about 5 days to do another live stream. All right, I have to find out how to end this stream smoothly because I'm using my newish OBS setup. So I think what I want to do is navigate back to YouTube and end the stream there first, and then after that end it on OBS. Godspeed says, "Yep, this has been a good show." Thank you. I appreciate that, Godspeed. Okay. I will see you all later. Have a good rest of your evening and have a good week. Bye, everyone.